Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another Q developer stream. Yesterday, we got quite a lot done. We finished off the spacing of the all events page. We started to merge the all events screen with the events by category screen. Instead of it being two different screens, we were saying that the picker at the top of the screen would let us choose if we're viewing all categories or just the ones in the the category that we picked. We got a little stuck on trying to make a popover at the end of last stream. Hopefully we'll sort that out today. And then we have some other things lined up if time allows. So let's cut a branch for today's work and get started. So here's the simulator. This is what we were looking at the end of yesterday, trying to get this to be a popover. I think maybe we'll try to use a ZStack instead. So if we go to our events list screen, this part here was the picker. So let's see if we can maybe reveal a ZStack or something like that. We have a ZStack on the bottom half of the page. We have a couple texts and a spacer to push it to the top. Yeah, so it'll come right there at the bottom. And if we hide it, it will be hidden. Okay. Can we put a background on it? Background of a red color or blue, whatever, just to see that it's working. Dating took more than 5 seconds. Let's try again. Now let's see. It's just a timeout. Take off the background. Started spinning when we put the background in. Odd. Well, I'll turn it in the simulator. Okay, well, it's there. So if we had our so how could we hide or show this? Let's see, let's make longer category names. This is really freaking itself out. Is this view unconditionally? So let's have a state for it. Is it showing or not? Is showing category, and we'll start with it being false. Opacity will say we are showing it. Opacity is 1, otherwise the opacity is 0. I don't see the text there. Oh, well, for starters, the background needs to be here. Okay. So now on our button, instead of trying to show the popover, we can toggle our Boolean state. Cool. That seems to be working. Now we can just make it look a little better. So let's get how should we do this? I should make this look a little better. Let's see. We can set the height to be 44. We can have maybe a little check mark at the end of it to show which one is selected or not. Put a spacer, then an image of system check mark. Same for the other row. Actually, we'll copy paste. We're going to cover the whole screen. I'm noticing that you can still see the background through the blue color, which I'm honestly a little surprised by. Would have expected it to be a solid blue color. Let's see, is there another way to Google this. Just saying 0 and 1. If we use integers, we need to hide everything else. But let's wrap this in a okay. Kind of works. Can we do with animation? A little bit nicer. We only need the padding, the lead trailing sides. That kind of doesn't really look like a drop down at all. What if we swap the order, put the scroll view first on the Z? Well, it's working. It just doesn't really look that good at all. Meaning later children are on top. Yeah, so you want the scroll view on the bottom. I don't understand why it's completely covering. Oh, because the background white covers the whole with the spacer in there. Okay. So what if we made each row have background of white? Maybe have this have an opacity. Actually, maybe the opacity should go on the. Oops, that was the wrong one. Maybe this opacity should go on the background of the dropdown. Kinda. Set the background to be gray. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. Move this padding. Inside. That's looking a little more like a dropdown. Let's see, so these frames should be on the HStack. This one padding on the outsides. Okay. I mean, yeah, we didn't hook it up to anything yet. But let's clean up this code. We have all of this right here in the middle. So we have an approach that we like. So we can delete this category picker wireframe. The event list router no longer needs this popover category picker. And we can move all the code we just wrote into another file. And then we'll, actually wire it up to the database to show the available category. Okay, so let's pull this code out. This VStack. This would be category picker view. Run it to show that we didn't break anything. Looks just like we had it before. This top bar is getting gnarly. Stay on track. So after the top bar, we have a ZStack of either the events by category or all events, depending on the current category. And then we have a category picker view, hidden or not hidden, depending on if we're showing the picker or not. Let's go into this category picker view and start showing things. So for starters, we need to get all of the categories. And so we have a query for that. Was it category query? Or is that just one category? This was just one category. We have the all category. So here we are back in the category picker view, instantiating the all category query. Our array of category records. And then to get this property wrapper, we can import from grdb query. And we're executing that query in our app database. Now that we have our categories, we can make a list of them. Copy in our row. For now, we'll just say category.name, leave everything else the same. Let's see how we look like. A little awkward looking. Let's see, let's take off the border. Background. Don't really like the look of that. Yeah, let's use a regular VStack so we can style it the way. Spacing is each. bottom. Spacer. You push the rest of the content upwards. There we go. Cool. So what's next? I guess we're only showing the check mark if it's selected or not. One. Let's see. Where's our list? Now we have a properly working filter popover. We need to show check mark only on category. Tapping exit. Maybe put dividers in between. Oh, and we'll also need a binding for the current category so that the parent view has a reference to it. Say an at binding for current category. Okay. What's the order we should do this in? Maybe start with the binding. Start with the binding, and we'll tap to select it. And we'll show the check mark only on the current one. Now let's do that one second. Yeah, this looks like a good order. Okay, so our first item was add a binding for the current category. On our event list screen, we have a current category already. We can pass it in as a binding. Where is it? Category picker view. Can pass it in as a binding. However, it's not set up to receive a binding. Let's go ahead and add that. Cool. Show a check mark only on the current category. Oh, and we'll need an option for to clear the filter. We're doing show checkmark only on current category. Okay. If current category is a category that we're looping over, otherwise, thanks, autocomplete. Otherwise, we'll just show the empty view. Trailing padding. Okay, so now there's no check mark showing. Let's swap the order of these two. Let's get this tapping going. So this all becomes a button. So let's, and this is starting to get rather large. So let's pull out a row subview. This will take a category record. And then we need this if. So there are a couple options. We could just pass in if it's the current or not, pass in the state. I think I like the idea of just passing in is selected or not. Oh yeah, let's swap these. Cool. Now this can be a button. And the action can be self.current category equals a category that we're looping over. Whoa. Well, it's working. It's just really pushed it down quite a bit. See, so a few things. Once we click on it, we want to close the view. So we'll need tapping on a category select. We also want to close picker after selecting. And we want to investigate this extra room at the top. Extra space. Close picker after selecting. But to do that, we can pass in the is the picker showing as a binding. What did we call it? Some of the other screens. We called it is showing category picker. So on selection, we can set that to false. And we'll pass in the binding when we create the now when we select one, it closes. Oh, and this foreground color needs to change. Okay, doing the closing. What's this extra space at top coming from? Look at the view debugger. Oh, it's a navigation large title view? What's it doing there? Why does it show up all of a sudden? You put a navigation bar. Keep it closed. There we go. Okay. Nice. And we can see that workouts is currently checked. Nice. Next, we have the option to clear the category filter. So our picker view will need, in addition to looping through the categories, we also want to add a row to clear. Like passing in the nil query. Something like passing the nil category or something, or we want to say like all events / clear filter. I'm not sure what we want to say yet, but is selected will be if the current category is nil. So if you look in the row, where we're using the category only to get the text. Okay, maybe we can just pass in the category name. So that the all events item doesn't have to be a category. call site where we are creating the rows, we can say the text will be category.name. Let's stick it with all events just now. Oh, we have it twice? That's surprising. Oh, because we have it inside of the for loop. Okay, so this should go into the row. Oh, it's not a button. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's make that a button as well. So when we click on the all events row, clear the category and also close the checker. Nice. One thing I'm noticing is that it might be nice to put the color of the filter inside the row. Let's pass that in as well. Name gold.fill, foreground color that we passed in. Color. This will be category color. And for all events, we know the color is white. That didn't quite show up the way I was expecting. And we don't see a color here. How did we do this elsewhere? Foreground color. Oh, I need to pass in. I need to make sure that we're getting the hex value, or instantiate it using our hex initializer. There we go. And because we have an empty view at the end, it's just sort of floating to the right. I guess we can't really do the empty view there. Set the foreground color to white. Yeah, then it looks right. Okay, so this can be simplified then. We can say is selected and use the primary color, otherwise white. Put these side by side each other. To show that it's working. These are equivalent, and we can delete the more complicated. Nice. So we have the option to clear the category filter. So let's put dividers between rows next. But before we do that, let's commit our work since we got a lot done there. Using ZStack category picker on all event, or it's the events list screen. Hey, how's it going, meow meow? Welcome back. Where were we? Putting writers. I've accepted the offer today. Oh, that's exciting. What kind of offer is it? I'm gonna be relocating to another country. Oh wow. Nervous AF, but at the same time very excited. Wow, congratulations. Nervous and excited. That's a good combo. Is it a programming job? You prefer SwiftUI or UIKit? Trick question, or maybe it's a trick answer. I really love SwiftUI for building self-contained view. Um, there are some parts that are a little rough around the edges still, like navigation bars and toolbars, and navigating between views with navigation link. So in this app, in my other apps that use SwiftUI, the navigation between screens still happens in UIKit, but the view, the main part of the view, is in SwiftUI. I guess my answer is both. Which one do you prefer? Interesting. Lots of people say that they use the same approach. What's bad about SwiftUI navigation? Is it still buggy or something? At least for me, the problem is control. Um, I guess when I click a button, sometimes I want it to navigate, sometimes I want it to do something else. Um, with navigation link, it's like it just navigates. You can't say um, you know uh, do something and then navigate, like save something in the database and then navigate to the next screen. Um, there are some tricks that people have done to get around that. Um, but I'm personally not that happy with those tricks. They don't feel elegant quite yet. I'm hoping that WWDC has already been announced and about a month away in the beginning of June. I'm hoping that um, Apple has some new solutions for this that they announce. Um, but even if they do, it won't be available till September with iOS 16, and then people don't update to iOS 16 till like February is usually when you get around 80% installation of the newest release. So you're still supporting old versions of the app anyway. So even the new stuff you can't necessarily use right away if you're supporting an existing app. Um, yeah, I guess UI kit navigation is rock solid, and SwiftUI is still a little fuzzy. Okay, got it. Nice. Set the foreground color of order. Cool. We did the dividers between rows. Let's say we've checked off the category filter picker. Means we can check off the events by category screen. So is there any cleanup that we want to do? If you were to start an app from scratch, what would your pick be for networking? Um, you mean making HTTP requests? I would probably use something like Alamofire or um, I guess Apple's Earl session. Like it really does a lot, especially now that it supports async await. Um, so when I mean like combine or new async await stuff, not the specific library. Oh, I'm full in on async await. It's so good. Um, plus, combine. There's some rumors that might not be supported going forward. I mean, it's still going to be there for a while. Um, you have to import combine, whereas async await is built into Foundation. You just get it for free. Really, it's like it's part of the syntax of the language. Um, and personally, I had a hard time understanding some of the nuances of combine. The async await is it just feels very straightforward. Um, so yeah, I like async await. Which one do you like? commit real quick. Provider close. Category picker. Let's see what we're doing. Clean up. I just add an empty row. Here we go. I haven't tried async await yet, but it looks really cool. Yeah, I love it. And the GRDB, the SQLite wrapper that I'm using, it supports async await as well. Let's see, so yesterday, when we were trying out a bunch of stuff, put in this max width thing. Oh, I think we still need the max width thing. There's something here we don't need. Yes, this current picker frame, we don't need this anymore. Not measuring this background anymore. Delete this preference key. Yeah, this top bar here is just so big. See if we can pull this out into another file. Event list top bar. And we have to pull in all of these numbers, which is good. They don't really go here in the main part of the screen. Only used by the top bar, so it's good to move them into this file. Current category. Yeah, so these can be bindings now. Just like we had for the category picker view, we can pass these into the top bar as bindings. can't find. Oh, right, because we. So this is the event list top bar. The binding of the current category, and it has the bind is showing category picker. Oh, I forgot to say view here. Okay, that's working. So now our event list screen. Oh, what's the error? Oh, just a transient. Now our list screen is two states, picking the category. And then it's a vertical stack of the top bar, followed by a ZStack of the scroll view covered by the category picker. There we go. It feels a lot more succinct. Oh, and we don't need this group wrapper anymore, so that'll save us lines. Will adding a line here look better? I think so. You can do the same there. There we go. Our event list screen just fits in 30-ish lines. Nice. Is there anything else to clean up in category picker view? 38 lines. That's about fair. As the bindings of the for picking the category, it's the list of all categories, shows them, and then has a button at the bottom for clear the event, to clear the category filter. And then we have our row, about under 30 lines. 66 minus 41 is less than 30. Feels good. So I would say we cleaned up. Now, one thing I noticed while we were looking through there is that the plus button isn't hooked up. Plus button is tapped. Let's add that in before we do the swiping. Plus button on event list. How can we say this is the one that we're working on right now? Arrow to point to it. Oh, I should commit our cleanup. That up. Okay, so where's the plus? It's in here. And we have the router, which is doing anything right now. So show add event flow. What to happen when we click the top bar? The plus button. Not fine. Oop. Let's pass it in. It's in here. So let's pass it here as well. It doesn't do anything. Where's our add event flow? Wireframe, the file name. Let's add wireframe. Have dot totally. Cool. Now the plus button's hooked up. So if we're in a category and we click plus, we still have to choose a category. It'd be nice to pass in the category that we're coming from, which is exactly what the mockup shows. If we're in a category already and we click plus, we should already be in that category. Shouldn't have to go through the choose category screen. So let's pass in a category ID. And it will be optional. So you might be on the all category screen. And because we have current category as a binding in here, that should just work. Okay, so we've passed it in. Now we need to pass it to the wireframe. And now the event of the wireframe needs to receive that. Okay, so now that event add flow wireframe has the category ID, it can start at a different wireframe. Instead of use category, it can go straight to the what happened. I think so. Let's see. There's the what happened wireframe. Yeah, so that takes a category ID. We can say if let category ID equals category ID. Start with the what happened wireframe. Otherwise, this other one. So let's make a little helper method for this. Starting wireframe. Return one of these two wireframes. And then pass it in to the navigation for where to start. Oh, we need the reference to the wireframe. Maybe this should be a function instead of a computed variable. Same parameter category ID. Isn't even a screen anymore. I think we can just delete this. Oh, it's used here? I think we can delete this actually. Yeah, no one's using this. This should have been deleted a while ago during a previous cleanup. No one's using that, which means no one's using this router, correct? So we can delete this. Okay, so build succeeded. This is a little awkward. I do want to pass this initialization variable. Now, our event add flow wireframe, we create a navigation controller, we create the router for the flow, and then we start our flow with a starting wireframe. Which one? We have a category ID, we go straight to what happened. We don't have a category ID, then we choose the category first. So let's, we have some compilation errors. It was not for a add screen. Oh, I meant to say, if we don't pass what in, just default to nil, preserve the previous behavior. Okay, so let's run it. How we're doing. All events, get plus. Yes, we go straight to what happened. If we're on a category already and we hit plus, is that what we just tested? All events, plus we have to pick. Nice. Say we hooked up that plus button. Nice. We can swap between our categories. On a category, you can go straight to what happened. Otherwise, if we're on all events and we hit plus, we choose a category first and then go to what happened. Does our add category still work? It does. The colors seem a little off, but that's okay for now. That's done. So I guess next we're going to swipe to add an occurrence. Right now there's no swiping here. And I've been on a few walks since 3 days ago. I'd like to swipe to add some new ones. Before we start the next task, I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back. Trying to get this swipe actions to work. Does it need to be inside of a list? Now nothing's showing up. Fascinating. Going back up again, but still no swipes. That one's using a list. List. We use a list. Everything disappears for some reason. Use the view debugger. Is there nothing there? Gnostic say anything? Took a long time. If we take off these preference things, that still doesn't show our rows. Take off the swipe actions. Doesn't show our rows. What's the deal, Mr. List? Fascinating. Yeah, these are identifiable. like I'll have to sort of manually implement our swipes, because list is not working for some reason, which means that the swipe action is not doing anything either. As I say, it's also just using a button. Oh, no swiping. Even if we add something in there. We add a tint, does that help? I'm guessing not. We move it onto the VStack instead of on the row. No, still not. This guy is using a list. For some reason, list is not iterating anything for us at all. And we add our own custom gesture onto this. Does this? Okay, how do we get a SwiftUI gesture? Oh, drag, I guess. So for now, let's just print what Apple passes into us. Okay, so we're getting some stuff. Getting a time, a location, a start location, a velocity. Okay. Let's see. So I guess this might be a ZStack. Well, I think this needs to happen inside the row, perhaps. Oh my goodness, it is quite busy in there already. We can save the drag offset. We can put in a let's just put some text for now. So when we change, we'll still print it, but let's also set the offset. Self.drag offset equals $0. Dot width. And when we end, yes, let's still print that as well. Let's also reset the drag offset. Oh my. That did not, uh, this does not look how I wanted it to look. Fascinating. If I move this gesture onto the row itself instead of on the ZStack, it'll disappear. See, if we put this below, maybe I just had it in the wrong order. Outblocky says, hey there. Hey there, Outblocky. How are you doing today? Wow, we're still getting lots of events there. Oh, there we go. We can drag and it'll snap back. I'm doing good today, thank you. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I was feeling a little stuck on getting the swipe to work, but it looks like we're making some progress. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. I set this to be a white background. Okay, so this is affecting all of them. 1, 2. We want the size of the backdrop area to be bigger. So let's make some notes. Let's add some stuff to our queue. Drag should affect one row at a time. Background should be taller. I guess we actually want to trigger something at some point. Okay. So it should affect one row at a time. So see, so we have all this in here inside the for each. I've always wanted to see how an iOS app was made and see how complicated it really is. Well, this is the right channel for that. I'm making iOS apps on stream every weekday starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. And we've been building this personal tracking app. And I can show you the mock-up from the designer. This was V1, which we did the first few days. And then she sent me V2, which is what we've been working on this week. If you want to catch up, all the back episodes are on YouTube. The link is down below somewhere. Yeah, if you have any questions about iOS development, please feel free to ask. Let's see. So where were we? Yes, we have our all events row, which is complicated in and of itself, and we have our. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Cool. I'll check that out later. Right on. Yeah. Thank you so much. It helps the stream out and it helps me. So thank you. We have the all events row, which was complicated enough, and we have our wrapper view, our list view, which is getting complicated. So I think we need a view in the middle, sort of a swipeable row of some kind. Let's start building this view. Swipeable or swipeable? I guess we just call it swiping row. Let's see, so far we have a ZStack with the button with the background. Then we have a gesture on it as well. And we have content that we'll need to in. And content is a block that returns a view. Oh, this should be right. Content returns content. Now in our all events row, we can say swiping row. And the content is our existing all events row. And let's see. Oh, build failed. Oh, right. There's more we needed to copy into swiping row, the drag offset, for example. Take that out of the all events view, bring this variable into swiping row, clean up some of the spacing. Expected a close curly. Oh, for one, this needs to move into this new subview. And then where are we missing our close curly? Yes, right there. Cool. So we've successfully extracted a subview for the swiping. And it is in fact affecting just one row at a time now. So what's next? The background should be taller. Okay. I think we can just set that out here in the view itself. Oops, deleted too much. That is not 44 high. That's not 44 high either. There we go. So we'll need to trigger something. Let's see. So if you look back at our queue, we're going to have two swipe gestures. One is going to be a simple swipe to add an occurrence, and the second one is going to swipe to add with details. Maybe one is on one side and one is on the other. So we'll need two different triggers. But for now, I guess we can just do one of them. Let's see, so we can say something like, we can pass in a block to trigger for the right side. And that will be optional. So for now, we'll just print that we triggered right-hand side. Let's see, so if the translation.width is bigger than, what, say 50, then we'll call the right action and reset the drag offset. All these prints are getting in the way, so we know that they're happening. Let's delete the print statements for now. Oh. Okay, 50 is a little short. And it's the wrong side. Let's try 200. So it's not just if the width is less than, because if we swipe the other direction, it will be less than. So we need something else. Other than the translation. If it's Let's do it in slow motion. Let's see. The width, it seems to trigger like always. Now it's not triggering at all. Oh. Okay, we need some state here. Let's flip the order of these. Stop it from continuing to trigger after it resets. That's not quite it either. We need something about the direction that we're moving to like stop the gesture. Let's look at that documentation. Oh, we can have a minimum distance. I wanna reset it though. Something that I'm confused with. What's the difference between Swift and SwiftUI? Like, can you do a whole app with just SwiftUI? Yeah, so Swift is the name of the language. Swift.org. So Swift is just a language like Ruby or Java or Python. I guess it's most closest to Kotlin. And then SwiftUI is a framework for building iOS apps, macOS apps, watchOS apps, iPad OS apps, and they call it tvOS apps. Um, yeah, you can build a whole app with just SwiftUI. Um, for me, though, because of some of the rough edges around navigation, for example, um, and toolbars, for example, uh, I still do some of the app in UIKit, which is the UI framework that came before um, SwiftUI. SwiftUI is only a couple years old now, um, maybe 2 or 3 years old. It came out with iOS 13. So it's still pretty young as far as UI frameworks go. Um, you've used React or Vue.js or something like that. It's similar ideas to those frameworks. Yeah, in this app, we're using both UIKit and SwiftUI. The SwiftUI is for I'm using to build each screen, and I'm using UIKit um, as the glue between the screens. But yes, it is possible to build an app with just SwiftUI. Some people have done it. Um, let's see, going back to this gesture documentation, how do I tell it that it's over? Well, it looks like we can access its state. So let's try that. Hmm. What is a gesture state? It's a, oh, it's a property wrapper. So if you're doing an iOS app, there's no such thing as Swift code. It's just UIKit and SwiftUI. Um, are you familiar with JavaScript or other languages? I guess you could think of SwiftUI as the framework and Swift as the language. In the same way that React is or Vue is the framework and JavaScript is the language. This is all Swift code here. I just happen to be importing SwiftUI as a library and leveraging that. I'm a complete beginner. Oh, welcome to the start of a very fun journey. Let's see. So do we get the same values in here? Let's see if we can turn off those. Okay, yeah, so we are getting those. Okay. So if you just import Swift and not SwiftUI, there's just less things. Um, that's a great question. So I guess many languages come with a standard library. Um, so you do have things like integers and strings. You could think of as text or floating point numbers in the standard library. Um, but not everything is a UI app. Like for example, if you're writing a server, you don't need SwiftUI on your server. You're just listening to, for browsers to navigate to your server. Um, you don't need SwiftUI. But since we're building an iOS app, we need some kind of UI framework, or rather, using a pre-built UI framework is extremely useful, such as UIKit or SwiftUI. And we wouldn't import any server-side stuff, for example, because we're not listening to web requests, for example. We're not streaming live video in our app. So we would not import any server-like stuff. Does that make sense? Yeah, libraries are a way to sort of include code into your app that, presumably someone else wrote. So for example, SwiftUI we're getting from Apple, but I'm also using this database library from this guy on GitHub for storing stuff in our local database. So for example, in our our all categories query, I'm importing both these libraries, GRDB and GRDB query. But if I was writing a server app, I wouldn't use SwiftUI or GRDB. I would use other libraries for accessing, server-side databases. Makes a little more sense. Oh, good. Yeah, if you have an iPad, there's Swift Playgrounds you can download. I believe it's free. Oh, it's out for Mac now also. And it'll teach you sort of the basics of programming. I think they make it kind of like a puzzle game, and you advance through the levels by programming to help guide through the very basics of programming if you're a complete beginner. I do. I'll check that out. Thanks. Awesome. Yeah, happy to help out. Yeah, there's so much to learn with programming. As you can see, I'm still learning how to use these drag gestures in SwiftUI. Even though I've been programming for professionally for over 15 years, and as an amateur, even before that. Modifying state during view update. This will cause undefined behavior. Oh my. Wow, 15 years. It also say What is this transaction? The context of a current state processing update. Use a transaction to pass an animation between views in a view hierarchy. Okay. There's not much on here. So if drag offset is bigger than 200, let's say, then can we set the state true? And then we want to reset, I guess. I'm thinking myself in circles here. Try making an enumeration. Possible. So we're not using that anymore. Starts out at rest. So if what do we want to do? Let's see. So if the translation is positive, say possible, else we'll say it's at rest. And at the end, the get only property. Oh, okay. I guess we need to do this part up here. We can switch on our gesture state. If it's possible, oh, this becomes state. It's triggered or at rest. We'll set the drag offset to 0. Let's try 200 again, let's say. Be nice. Now if we drag right, nothing happens. Drag left. Guess we're going to call our action, right? So maybe this should be in the other direction also. We're not getting our print. I do have to go now, though. Thanks for the info. I'll hopefully be back in the next stream. Yeah, I'm every weekday at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time for a few hours. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and good luck with your programming journey. Maybe 200 is too much. Let's try 100. We're not hitting this at all. Let's see, let's print our translation. Just to see what values we're getting. So we are getting negative values. We are getting past negative 100. Oh, maybe this needs to be negative 100. Oh, I need to rebuild? No, we're still not hitting that breakpoint. Oh, because of this else. Yeah, let's swap the order of these. Clean up the formatting. But first, we'll check if we're triggered. Then we'll see if we're possible afterwards. Oh, this needs a else. There we go. I noticed that it's still active as we keep going left. This is way too soon. Let's try 200. We're getting multiple triggers here. I guess we need to check if we've already triggered or not. Yeah, the gesture can keep going, but as long as we only trigger once, that's the important thing. Nice. So then we can say with animation, nice. Maybe this should be 250. Cool. No left action yet, that's fine. But we are triggering it. So what else should we do with this? I guess we should say what the text is. We should be able to pass in text. Configure the text color of action. So move a little arrow down. Okay, so let's pass in all of these things. And set them on the set them where needed. Right, so I'm missing some arguments. Let's see, let's get the autocomplete to help here. Oh, content first. No, we do not. Let's rearrange. We want content to be last. Let's start that way, and then there we go. Now the autocomplete helps us. So the action is going to be write occurrence, mark occurrence. The color will be category color. Foreground will be white. Then the write action, we'll write that in a moment. Okay, does this compile? It does. Nice. I don't want to tweak that animation a little bit. What options do we have for with animation? Yeah, let's have it spring a little bit. Not very springy. Oh my. There we go. That's a little better. Guess I'm looking through these states and I'm wondering if we need all of them. Let's see, what if we do this? If on ended, we snap back. In that case, 250 seems a little long. Let's set it to be 200. I don't really like that as much. Yeah, then 250 again. And maybe let's take off the minimum distance. Okay, that feels okay. And I'm sure we'll tweak it once we get this into people's hands to see what feels good. It's hard to tell exactly when you're in a simulator what's going to feel good in your hand. So let's see, we were in the middle of something. All right, we were marking a new occurrence. Does row model have an ID on it? It does. And we can define this function. Maybe at the bottom. And let's fix the indentation and the spacing. Okay, so next we'll need a reference to the database. Now we can say open a write transaction with the database, create a new occurrence, timestamp will be right now. It's the default one created at right now. And then the event ID. Save it in the DB. So now we can wrap this in a do catch. We're compiling. Now, if there is an error, we do want to show it. So let's copy how we show database errors on another screen. We have the state of the current error, and if we're showing the error pop over or not. And then in our catch, we said the current error is app database error. And then is showing error is true. And because it's a database, right, we do want to do this in the, we do want to do this on a background thread. We'll wrap that in a task. And then it's just silent here, but we do need an await. Here, since we're writing back to the main thread, since we're modifying UI, we need to jump back to the main thread asynchronously. And I think we need to say explicit self here. Okay, so if I was feeling busy, I could mark an occurrence, and it goes to the top 0 seconds ago. Nice. So they're not really updating. um, let's see. If I guess it just looks bad if you say, "Oh, we didn't implement it on this screen yet." It just looks bad if you say 0 seconds. I guess we could say just now or less than a minute ago if it's less than a minute. And then it's not so bad looking. And then have the UI update every once in a while. Well, let's save that. Let's see. Occurrence on all events. Oh, we did that. Guess what did we just say? We need to mark occurrence on events by category view. And then also fresh date text at a reasonable interval. And show less than 1 minute ago its recent timestamp. Okay, since we're sort of in the flow of marking occurrences, I want to do this one first, and then we can speak how it displays later. Okay, so our events by category. We want to make each of these a swiping row. And the color will be on the hex of current category. Action, we'll come back to that in a moment. And then this will be content. I think we're missing one close curly. That looks weird. Oh, it's because this needs a background color. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I guess we do need to snap back when it's ended. Let's change that real quick. Okay. Now we need to say mark occurrence in here. What's on this room? Event ID. So for now, we can copy over this function. Oh, which will also need the database reference. So we're going to copy it over, and then we'll clean it up in a moment. Oh. Import RDB. Oh, and also the current error. Okay. Nice. So that's working. At a cleanup task. Okay, let's commit that, and then we'll get to our cleanup. Okay, so we have a couple things duplicated between these two views. We have the database with the error that it might be showing. And we have this, the mark occurrence function is, same. Oh, and I'm not sure we're actually showing the error if we see. So there's a few thoughts here. We could have sort of a database access view. Um, that like sort of given it'll give you a database and it'll show errors coming from that database, if any. Because we still need to do like this alert thing. Where else are we doing this? Yeah, something like this. And then another thing that's kind of duplicated is the market current swiping stuff. That might be something to pull out. Oh, and we can move the swiping row into our views folder. We probably will be reusing that at some point. Let's see. Let's sort of sketch some stuff out and see if we like it. Maybe like an occurrence marking row. So this might look something like that with a color and event ID. I'll have the database access stuff. I'll have the mark occurrence function. import. And let's see, what's wrong with our spacing here? Oh, I don't need this close paren. There we go. Have a content. Type view. And then also it'll show that error sheet. Now let's see if we can use it. Let's see, so we called it an occurrence marking row. And it took a color and an event ID. And then we can delete the alert, delete the mark occurrence, delete the database access and the error stuff. Still seems to work, actually. See if you can throw an error and see what that looks like. Okay, let's get out here then. Error while saving. Okay, so we are getting the errors. Nice. Okay, so let's do the same cleanup on all events. This was an occurrence marking row. And it took a color. And an event ID. And then we don't need the database access for the errors. We don't need this alert either. And you don't need this function anymore. Clean up the spacing. So on all events, you can still mark occurrence, and that still works. Very nice. We deduplicated it by means of pulling out this this occurrence marking row. Which passes in the row content from above and sets the colors up on our swiping row, which is more generic. It'll present the alert, it'll do the marking, it does it on a background thread. Very nice. Nice. Moving back to our queue, refresh the date text at a reasonable interval and show less than 1 minute if it's a recent timestamp. Okay. Let's see if there's a helper for refreshing relative date formatters. Use a timer publisher. Okay. I think we can go straight away to making a reusable view. We're going to show relative dates all the time here. We can init it with a date. We can have our own date formatter. Use numeric style once again. This is going to need to be a state actually, because we're going to be updating it on a timer. Start as the empty string. All right, this needs to be an anonymous closure. So then let's go back to that example. So we had a timer. Every time the timer ticks, we want to update the date text. See, wrong. Yeah, there we go. This again. Okay. Now let's see if we can use this in a few places. For example, we have it right here. We can pass in our timestamp. So we can delete that. Now it's ticking every second. Okay. Where else? All events row. Yes, it's here as well. It is timestamp. Then we can delete all of that. And it waits a second to fire once, which is a little awkward. Let's see, so we want to fire it right when it loads as well. Oh, I misspelled it. Not use instance member computed. So let's make a custom init method then. I think I need the underscore there. Not assign value state string. I think it's with a $sign. How do we set an initial value? Not assign value of type string. State of string. Or being initialized. It's immutable. Okay. How do we do this? Let's see. SwiftUI state initial value. Oh, I was so close and used this initial value thing. There we go. That shows up right away. And then we're calling the same thing in two places. So let's consolidate this. There we go. So now we have a relative date text reusable view. Takes a date, calls format on the date text, and updates it on a timer. And is there anywhere else that we can reuse this in? No, we're only using relative dates right here in this file. Perfect. So we got both instances already. Okay, so we can check that off. Refresh date at a reasonable interval. Show less than 1 minute if it's a recent timestamp. Okay. So in our format function that we just pulled out, date dot. So if it's less than 60, or we could do it the other way, we can guard that it's over 60, else return than 1 minute ago. That right? Let's use a smaller number. I think that does not look right. Do it the other way. That looks right. Then if we mark one, it's just not triggering at all. Let's see, let's make some previews here. See, let's make one for right now. Make one for let's see, 30 seconds ago. And let's make one for 8 minutes ago. Then we can set the view layout to be something small, like why is it taking so long? I don't understand. I guess that'll be something to investigate. Investigate why previews are taking 5 seconds. Okay, so instead of a preview layout, just so we can see some things, let's use a test instead. We'll investigate this later. We can use the same tests from before. Let's say relative date text dot formatter, or format rather. And let's see, we expect that to be less than 1 minute. Cool. "30 seconds ago." Also say less than 1 minute. However, that one should say 8 minutes ago. Seconds. 3 seconds ago. Okay, so we have correctly failing tests. Tests failing the way that we would expect them to fail. Let's see what's going on in our format. So if the time interval is less than 60, return in 1 minute. Oh, because it has to be, is it negative? Now they're all failing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, setting up that test let us play with the minus sign and which direction that thing called the comparator should go. It would be nice to make this a guard. Is that good enough? Yes, it is. Perfect. Okay, so what's next? Investigate why previews are taking more than 5 seconds to. Yes, this is really annoying. Because for this very small view, even this is triggering this problem. Let's trigger this problem and see what we can do to fix it. Let's see, what do people on the internet say? Close some of these windows. clean and build them or for them. And it report reveal. Oh, okay. It's going to take more than 5 seconds. Okay, well, here's something. Let's open this folder in Nova. Oh, what's the problem with the music? Can I play a movie? Play music, man. There we go. I thought I paid for it. I'm not sure why this is still showing up. There's one crash report. Okay. An open local log store. Oh my. That is a lot to wade through. One preview. Okay, this is getting warmer. Little number and stack recursive counted multiple when more than 5. Let's turn off word wrap. Not really saying what's happening. But here's a relative date text. is we could try turning off the timer if we're in preview mode. I think there's somewhere else where I checked if we're in preview mode. Because when we're setting up the database, maybe on the scene delegate. No. Oh, here it is. Like, see if we can use this at all. Auto connect. No. Let's see. So we only want to connect the timer if we're in preview mode, for example. See, so first let's write down what we're doing. Only load timer outside of preview mode. Let's see, what's the type of this? Let's import combine. Okay, so in our init, if we're in debug, and if we're in the preview, well, I guess we could start with the otherwise. Otherwise, that timer is that. It is, and we can have a self.timer. Cool. So of course, we'll clean this up in a moment, but what we're saying is if we're in debug mode and we're in preview mode, then don't have a reoccurring publisher, just emit a date once. Otherwise, set up the timer as we normally would. And let's see if that fixes our timeout issue with our previews. It is not. Let's generate another report. Okay, what do we have? Just a bunch of run mode stuff. Who is recursing? There's our relative date text thing again. I don't see anything else from our code. Well, I guess we could always set it to that. Make sure that we're not messing anything up. With any of our ifs. No. I'll get main. Wish I knew where this was happening. Total number in stack. Let's see if we can Google for this. Let's use Swift UI. No results. Wonderful. Code signing, build logs. One destination. Date session. Let's just totally take the timer off. And none of this is in our code. I'm not sure how to debug this. These are just binary images. It's not even a call stack. Okay, this is some intermediate code, I guess. This is going to be empty again. Yep. Okay, yeah, let's not do that. Nova again. Locate default preferences. Global preferences.plist. Shouldn't it be something that crashes us? Here's some of our SQL. Hmm. Wonder if there's something it's happening something in a different view. I feel like it started. We were still able to see previews end of last week, I think, or end of yesterday, I think. I just make this an empty UI view control. And then I just delete all the screen. As November is today. Okay, let's see if we can find where this was. Should move this to utils. Today to utils. Okay, now if we delete all the screen, and we preview our relative date text. Still no, wow. And if we take the timer off, with no timer and none of the screens, we still can't even preview. Wow, I don't know what to say. Let's delete, let's just delete stuff until we can get our preview working. If we don't even have that. We delete our database and our services and our environment values. Okay, build succeeded. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the simplest view in the world. Wow. Getting our util folder. Navigation. Yeah, let's delete everything except for this one view. Okay, we have the emptiest app in the world. I'm pretty sure it's wow, what is going on? Let's see, we could try to reset all the simulators. Contents and settings. So we could try our derived data. And let's restart Xcode measure. Succeeded. This is the emptiest app in the world. Only this one is not hooked up to anything. Can we preview it? We can. Oh my goodness. But only one of them. The second one is beach balling. Oh my goodness. Oh, it came through. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if we put everything back, it works. Which of those 1,000 things we did was the thing? I guess. Well, we know all the things that didn't work. Everything was still broken until we restarted Xcode, cleared derived data, and cleared the simulators. So it was one of those three things. We didn't have to do that, actually. So it was one of clear derived data or preset simulators or restart Xcode. It was not any code change at all because we deleted all our code. Yeah, small indie company, as they say. And this is working again too. I think at the beginning of the stream, this preview wasn't working. Fascinating. And there's nothing to commit from that. Okay. And with that, I think that's going to be all the work that we do for today. I have to check that off. Did quite a bit today. I guess we can check off that one. We start off by making the events by category screen. A picker for it. We can show that. All right, because we reset the simulator, we don't have any of our test data in it. So yeah, so we made the binding so that we could select in there. We're showing the check mark only for the ones that are currently selected. And we're dismissing right when we select. We did some cleanup. Implemented the plus button so that if we're in one, we can go straight to this new event screen. We did swipe to add occurrence. Since we just made one, we can't really demo that for another minute. And we noticed our previews weren't loading, so we deleted all of our code, and it still wasn't loading. It was one of clearing derived data, resetting simulators, or restarting Xcode. We're not sure which one. Well, a minute has passed, so we can demo that again. And it resets to 1 minute, less than 1 minute ago. We know that the timer is going to update that. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I'll be back Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern with more coding on this. Have a great weekend, everyone. And thanks to everyone who followed, stopped by and said hi and asked questions. Yeah, and I'll see you Monday. Thanks again.